Good day, everyone. Welcome to Virtual Concert Hall's live programs. Thank you for joining us this morning or daytime or evening, wherever you are in the world. Our channel is dedicated to bringing live performances and various events from international artists directly to the audiences around the entire globe. I'm Ouspensky. I'm streaming from around Washington, D.C. area, and we have here in the broadcast studio judges and musicians joining us from every part of the world. I'll be your host today. Welcome to the colORCHESTRA, the finals of the auditions for the 2022-23 concert season. This program is presented, organized, and sponsored by collaboration of several companies, together with the Brilliant Talent Discovery Awards, the Singapore-based artist management company, Progressive Musicians, the company based out of New York, Core Production, the Chicago opera production company, and the Sound Espressivo.
colORCHESTRA is hosting international auditions this fall 2022 for voice, strings, winds, and piano for the chance to perform with a live professional orchestra. Our selected performers will be broadcast internationally performing concerti, arias, or songs. Submit your favorite videos of you performing today.
Today's live broadcast is brought to you by Virtual Concert Hall's production team, and I want to give a big shout out to the musicians who are our magic hands behind those productions. Fedor Ouspensky, based in the US, Frane Rusinovic, based out of Croatia, Chris Au, an Australian pianist based in Montreal, Canada now, and Igor Zubkovsky, our main producer and director of the shows, based in the Washington, D.C. area. Auditionees from many countries today are seeking guidance and support from the judges. The judges provide live comments right after everyone performs. Now that is a unique format and unique setup. I'm a pianist. I competed a lot in my younger years, and it always was a very challenging situation when you perform in the competition and maybe you advance to the next level, maybe you don't, but you want to know why. Both ways. Why did I not advance? Why did the judges pick me for the next round or give me an award? I always wanted to talk with the judges to find out, how did that come across? How did this concept of the sonata, of the build-up, was it effective? Now that was very challenging in my years because there was this invisible barrier between the contestants and the judges. We would like to change that. The format of these auditions is designed to provide a live interactive experience to all involved. Of course, the performers first and foremost, for the judges also to be able to connect with the contestants and share in an informal manner their comments and their suggestions. And of course, for you, our audience. Music is a language of the human interaction. We invite everyone involved, all people, through these auditions to connect, to interact, to make long-lasting relationships with the music itself and with each other. And now very briefly, who are the organizers? Let's start with Core Production. Core Production was founded in Chicago in 2013. The company brings opera to non-traditional audiences through the use of non-traditional venues, interactive and innovative staging, and translations. Brilliant Talent Discovery Awards is based out of Singapore, and it's dedicated to seeking and promoting the talents of tomorrow. It's seeking brilliance together with many partners around the world through staging and managing various opportunities for musicians through master courses, competitions, and other events. Progressive Musicians is an organizer of many competitions and concerts at prestigious venues like Carnegie Hall, and just recently, a few weeks ago, in collaboration with the Virtual Concert Halls and Sound Espressivo, Progressive Musicians was presenting a gala concert at the Carnegie Well Recital Hall. Virtual Concert Halls is an internet TV broadcaster founded by professional musicians during the pandemic, and now thriving in the newly hybrid environment. We're providing artists with a virtual stage and ability to reach audiences beyond the walls of conventional concert halls. And finally, the Sound Espressivo Global Competition is an online live-streamed competition which combines competitive environment with a live performance experience. And now let's have a really short video introduction of what the Sound Espressivo competition brings to this organization and how it transformed the competitive environment and the interactive environment, this possibility of interacting with the judges and making the relationships with the judges and with everyone else involved.
No matter where you are or who you are, music connects us all. We started with a dream, but now we are paving the future. Welcome to the Sound Espressivo Global Competition. Fully virtual, yet bringing musicians closer together than ever before, now on a global scale. True live, inclusivity, diversity, connection, community, an extraordinary array of judges. Get noticed by companies all over the world. Prizes, scholarships, performance opportunities. Apply to be a part of the most exciting congregation of artists like nothing you've ever seen before. We guarantee quality and leave no musician behind. We can't wait to hear you on the virtual stage. No matter where you are or who you are, music connects.
The goal of these colORCHESTRA auditions is ultimately to encourage, to nurture, and to empower musicians who participate and who are proactive about sharing their art and developing their career. It really goes hand in hand. Sharing our ability to perform music, connecting with the audience, needs to have a stage. For musicians to be invited to perform, we need to develop our reach, we need to develop our connections, and to develop our career. So we would like to really reward and empower the musicians who are taking proactive steps towards presenting themselves, towards putting themselves out there, seeking the engagements, seeking the approval, and seeking the invitations for performance and gigs. Together, we are providing those opportunities for musicians to discover their unique artistic voice, to discover how they want to be presented on stage, how they want to be seen, how they want to be heard by the audience, to carve out their own musical artistic persona and, of course, their own career paths. Today's musicians from around the world take central stage for this final round of live competing for the opportunity to perform with the professional esteemed orchestra. The upcoming performances with the Western New York Chamber Orchestra will be on February 17th and 19th, 2023, in just a short 2 months. These concerts are part of the season of the Western New York Chamber Orchestra, and they will be conducted by their music director, Conductor Glen Cortese. This is a wonderful opportunity and a chance for the artists to expand and develop their career and to experience the entire process of what the artists need to go through to finally land on the stage with the professional orchestra. It's meeting with the conductor, discussing the score, discussing the interpretation, making adjustments, because playing with a pianist accompanist is not the same thing as playing with a 50-people group. And then also rehearsing with the orchestra and fine-tuning the touches here and there of what the soloist wants to bring something new. Every soloist wants to bring to each interpretation of the concerto or aria or a song, and all of that needs to be adjusted because that's a lot of musicians on stage. And for some of the auditionees, this may be the very first time they will experience this process with a professional orchestra under guidance of a conductor. So, and right now, we are here on this broadcast studio. We have the judges who are experienced musicians, of course, performed with orchestras around the world and conducted orchestras. So I'm sure the contestants are really looking forward to the comments and suggestions from our conductors. So let me start introducing our judges, and I'll start by inviting on stage Gevorg Sargsyan, who is a conductor and a cellist. Gevorg, welcome. It's a great pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining
hello,
us.
everybody. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to hear some talents as well.
Yeah, and you're currently joining us from where?
From one of the most unusual places, I would say, in Saudi Arabia. I'm in Saudi Arabia right now, in Riyadh.
Oh my goodness. So you were recently appointed as an artistic director of music hubs with the Ministry of Culture of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Can you
That's right.
tell us just a little bit? This is an unusual place on earth. There's not much we know about it.
It is. It's a kingdom of Saudi Arabia that, the music here was not really a big thing until recently. But they have this thing that they call Vision 2030, that until 2030 they want to revamp the whole country, make the change of the image and create a lot of exciting projects in the country. So this opening a conservatory here was one of these milestones, and they invited me to lead the process. So here am I.
Wonderful. Well, I'm not surprised they invited you, of all people, to lead the process. You're a conductor, you're an esteemed cellist, and you ran multiple projects, organized really big international projects in the past. And you're from Armenia, right?
I'm originally from Armenia, but I live in Singapore for the past 15, 16 years now. So.
So you're performing all over the world, and I gave up trying to follow your hopping around the world. It's like one day you're in one part of the world, another day you send us a message letting us know that no, this is now not 12 hours ahead, it's 11 hours behind. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that, but yeah, I think I quite enjoy this life in a way. And I'm happy to spread the music around the world, to connect with people where I not only teach but also keep learning from everyone. So it's interesting.
Wonderful, and well, thank you very much for carving the time to hear the auditionees and to provide them with the feedback. I'm sure musicians want to know, how do you get to that point where the life is so full and there's so much happening, and you're
hard work and a lot of practice.
That's a good answer.
And of course, you need to really love the music. You can't do it without the love. So if you love music, you can do it. If not,
a lot of things. Wonderful. I'd like to invite on stage our next judge, Johanna Moffitt. Hello, Johanna. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Anna. How are you this morning? Are you in morning?
Yes, in morning too. I think we share the time zone this time. Yeah. Just this time.
Right.
And you're a soprano, and you relocated to Chicago and set up your own company with a focus and a purpose on producing operas. And you've been blasting Chicago area with a new kinds of productions for the past 7 years.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and you have a lot of personal experience of performing on various stages in various roles and with different production companies. So you have this huge bag of experience you bring to those auditions for musicians to learn from both sides of it, of a performer on stage and part of the production, and also a person who actually produces the operas.
Right. I love producing. I think it was such a gift to me. I always loved performing, but then when I started producing, I was like, oh, oh, this is the thing that I really love to do.
So you didn't get really deterred by the complexity of it and all the having to manage so many people and so many pieces involved.
No, I think that one of my biggest drivers is curiosity. And so whenever I was faced with a challenge, I would just ask a lot of questions instead of, getting scared and shutting down. I just was like, okay, I see that we need to do this thing. How do we do that thing? And I think you can see we were also successful as you were during COVID, because I started asking questions like, how can we produce live opera online? And we
That
just
is a tremendous undertaking.
It was really
saw
fun.
that opera, beautiful production, and it's really on. Of course, we all want to be in the concert halls, and these auditions are preparing for the actual performances in the
Right.
concert hall with live audience, with the live orchestra. It'll be streamed as well. But I want to say that those live video productions, they're still set aside, and they're still different from
Yeah.
pre-recorded videos. The mastery of pre-recorded videos is unsurpassed because you can take multiple takes and then choose the best one and edit. But when it's live, like right now, there's that vibe of this happening right in front of you.
There's just something so special and exciting about it. Even watching the auditions last night, getting to see everyone kind of sparkle in their element. It's something so special about it. And our next judge and I worked together on many of these projects, and he can attest to the fact that there are things that go wrong in live broadcast performances as well. I mean, I'm sure you know, Anna.
Oh, yes. Well, we're in good hands. We have a really good virtual concert halls team on the back end, and they're unique people. They're professional musicians, and they added this production second profession, I want to say, just like you, producing operas, they're producing those live broadcasts, and being professional musicians gives them unique insight at how to solve the problems.
Right.
Not just go, but do something about it. Let's invite our next judge, James Welch, pianist and conductor. And welcome, James. It's a great pleasure to see you again joining us. Thank you for taking time.
Great to be back here again.
And James, you're a pianist, but you not only, again, you're a producer and you're a conductor, and you've traveled the world and you performed in different companies with different Broadway and opera, and I can't even begin to list of the variety of things you've done. And you've produced big concerts on major stages, and just about a week ago, you've produced a concert in the Carnegie Hall. Bravo. Wonderful.
That was fun. Bravo to you, too. You were co-producing with me on that.
Well, we were part of it, but you led the project. This is a wonderful blessing for us to work together. And you've judged this for the Sound Espressiva in the past, so you're our veteran. And how do you feel about, just briefly, about being, again, on screen, providing the comments and everything to the contestants?
It's great. When I did a little bit of judging before COVID, like, sit in the room for 10 hours and write on the paper and all that, and until your hand falls off, and and it was fun. And then when everything started going online, I just realized it's so much nicer to have this interaction online where I don't have to write. But also, none of the judging situations I had done previously involved the judges talking with the musicians, auditioning or competing or whatever. Other than just hello, welcome, thank you, goodbye, and then they leave wondering like, did you like me, or something. But I mean, the personal interaction is just so much nicer. You get to, it's just fun to get to know people and where they've come from, and then hear them play and talk. And this has just been a really wonderful experience to have over the last I think I've been doing this about a year and a half with you now.
Yeah, about a year and a half. Wonderful. Now, with that, I would like to again invite our audience. Please be part of the process. Leave your comments and questions on any of the channels. And we are on all major channels: YouTube, Vimeo, LinkedIn, Facebook. You can find us everywhere. So if you're watching these programs, please leave the comments. We'll bring those comments on screen, just like where you see my name, and people here in the production will bring it, and musicians and the judges will be able to respond. Let's make a two-way connection. That's the most important thing for musicians. That's what we are here for. Music is not just me lecturing you. Music is we both together interact in the process. It's a language which goes both ways. Let's make it happen. And we would like to invite audience members also to subscribe to our channels. If you like our programs and our mission, please support us, subscribe, spread the word, and you can see more and learn more about those auditions and the upcoming auditions on the website, which you will see on the screen shortly. With that, we'll be inviting our first performer. I believe we have Pablo Menendez, a guitarist, ready, and he will be performing Joaquin Rodrigo Concerto de Aranjuez in 3 movements. First movement, Allegro con spirito. Second movement, Adagio. And the third, final movement, Allegro gentile. So welcome on stage. Virtual stages are all yours, Pablo. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Wonderful performance. Thank you very much for bringing this concerto. And I love guitar, and you're really wonderful command of it. Now to the judges. Let's start with Johanna. Would you like to go first?
Absolutely. Good morning, Pablo. Or I don't know if it's morning for you. Hello.
Hello. Afternoon here.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Oh, thank you so much for playing one of my favorite concertos of all time. It's so passionate, and especially in your hands, it's really fiery and wonderful to listen to. I have so many great comments for you. You are clearly a really great collaborator. The two of you work really well together. But Pablo, I have to say, it's always impressive to me when I see a soloist who really listens to their collaborator and responds to what they're playing. That is such a special moment for the audience. You know, it creates some kind of magic that you don't get otherwise.
Yes, and if I may pitch in, can we have the name of your collaborative pianist?
Yeah.
Very impressive work.
Yes, she's Soledad Ramirez.
Soledad Ramirez.
Yes.
Can we get that in the chat so we can put it on screen so our audience
yeah,
knows
sure.
the
I will
names of
write
your
it down.
fabulous
Yes.
pianist?
Yeah, she's a very good pianist, but unluckily she's not very confident with English, so I'm doing the talk.
No
That's
problem.
perfect, no problem
That's
at all.
okay.
And you're in Spain, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to
Yeah,
put
there
this
you
on
are.
screen. Thank you very much.
And Pablo, the other thing that I really appreciated about your playing was taking the time to let your instrument speak when you wanted to, you know, not feeling afraid to have a little stretch here and there. And it was so wonderful and beautiful to listen to. And thank you for taking the time out of the World Cup to play for us today. And I there was just a little bit lost for me, I think, because of the iPad. I'm not sure. One of the things I wrote down was in the second movement, I wanted to know what the larger arc of the movement was for you, you know, what you were driving towards and what you were coming away from.
Yeah.
And I think because of the dynamic issues with like hearing because of the iPad, I'm not sure that I understood that totally, but I think that in in a live situation, it would be clearer.
Yeah, maybe it's about the compression of the mic. I don't know.
Right.
But could be.
Right. But I mean, just spectacular playing. Thank you so much. Like, seriously, so beautiful.
Thank you. Really, thank you a lot for your nice comments.
Okay, Gevorg, I can see that you're ready to speak for the
Am I?
public. Yeah.
I know. Hi, Pablo. Thank you. One of also my favorite concertos. I conducted this concerto a few times actually with one of the actually good Spanish guitarists. I don't know if you know him, Rafael Serralet. He's from Valencia.
Yes, I know him.
You know Rafael. So the last time we did this was in Prague, I think, in Czech Republic. It was very nice, and I have a lot of connection with this concerto myself. And I think you also being from the region. I think, are you from Andalusia? Yeah, I can hear that emotional connection, and also really like a standing ovation for the pianist because you're trying to imitate the orchestra in a really like proper way. Like you are aware which instrument you are playing. Is it the oboe? Is it the bassoon? Is it the violins or whatever? So that it's also a rare thing. So although you are not competing here, but I really wanted to see that to mention that. Pablo, if it's really nice. Let me just tell you a couple of things as a conductor in this sense. I think there was a little bit of a tempo maintenance issue in the first movement. And I'm not saying it in a matter of critic. It's more like a try to reevaluate the tempo sustainability. Whether the tempo is same throughout, and how do you come back to the tempo after some emotional ritenutos or ritardatos. And in terms of colors, to me, I agree with what Johanna said. Actually, it was not it's a little bit blurred, but again, it may be the online thing. Mm-hmm. As much as we all appreciate technology, let's all agree that nothing beats the real communication, right? So in that sense, I would put it more on the technology that colors were not sharp enough to me at least. I like the second movement cadenza. It was one of the highlights, I think, because it's not really like a cadenza, but it's a space where you can be on your own. Yeah. So it was very beautiful as well. And that's it. In third movement, I personally would see a little bit faster, but again, it's really your call. It's up to the soloist.
It could be a little faster, actually.
Right. Yeah.
The conservative side of things. Yeah.
Exactly. So again, this is something that I would think that every performer, especially on your level, you have a freedom to decide that, and I'm sure you have a reason for that. You have a vision for that. That was very obvious, and that was the best side, I guess. You have an interpretation. You don't copy others. That I appreciate a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, now the last but not least, James, would you like to add something to the comments?
Hello, Pablo. It's great to see you and hear you again. Yeah, Pablo was with us at Carnegie Hall back in February, and I always enjoy hearing your play. It's very beautiful. I think Gevorg and Johanna pretty much summed up everything that I was going to say. I'm in total agreement with them, and it's Gevorg's comment about the technology. Nothing beats the real thing. So it's really, sometimes the technology just gives us a little filter that we're not looking for. But, the color that you bring to your playing and all the character and tone is just lovely to listen to. Your ensemble is fabulous. Bravo to the pianist. And it was really enjoyable for me. So wonderful. Thank you for bringing this to us today. Great.
Thank you for your words, James.
Bravo. Thank you very much. Yeah, I feel bad to let you go. It was such an enjoyable part of the performance, and hope to hear and see you again and more, and a lot of you. With that, we'll say goodbye to Pablo and his fabulous pianist, and we'll be inviting on stage our next performer, Ke Tong. And she will be performing Mozart Piano Concerto number 20 in D minor, Cahal 466, in 3 movements: Allegro, second movement Romance, and the third movement Rondo Allegro Assai. Now, Kia, the stage is all yours. Take it away. Wonderful. What a great performance of the entire concerto. It felt like being at a real concert.
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. I want to ask, Kia, can you please provide us with the name of your fabulous collaborative pianist? If you can please type it in the chat, that would be really helpful.
You're muted, Kay.
Yeah,
Yeah, can you give us the name
of
of the pianist who collaborated with you?
哦，裴章武
Can you type it in the chat so we can put it on the screen for everyone to see?
Thank you
Thank you very much.
And now to the judges. Let's see. Let's start with the piano-focused judge and the conductor, James Welch. James, would you like to go first this time?
Sure.
Okay, go for it.
Bravo. Really, really nice. I mean, I forgot how long that concerto is, but it didn't feel that long. You played it with, great energy and character, and there were many different colors that you brought to each phrase, and everything well worked out. Very well detailed. It was very enjoyable to listen to. Especially the cadenzas for Mozart can easily get boring if you don't pay a lot of detail and put a lot of planning into it, and they were not boring. They were lovely. I really enjoyed your presentation of it, and kudos to your collaborative pianist. The two of you together make a great ensemble, and it was really, really enjoyable to listen to. Congratulations. Next person.
Okay, who wants to go next? Judges? Okay, Johanna.
I can go. Okay.
Sure.
I think
go ahead,
Johanna
Igor.
raised her hand first, so let's give the floor to Johanna.
Sorry, Gevorg. Kay, I really love your playing, and your collaborative pianist was excellent as well. Your phrasing and the detail that you put, like Jim said, into your cadenzas was so spectacular. It was really joyful to listen to, and I love how contrasting the different movements were, and even within the movements, you had such spectacular dynamics and like clear phrasing. It was just really delightful to listen to. I'm curious to see what Gevorg has to say as our resident conductor and cellist.
Okay.
I'm good.
You have something to add, Johanna, or should we ask Gevorg for his comment?
Oh, well, one more thing. It's really clear that you love this piece, and that was just so wonderful to listen to. It's as an audience member, when someone really loves the work that they're doing, it makes you feel joyful. So thank you for that.
Wonderful. So our resident conductor, Gevorg Sargsyan, please take the stage for commenting.
Okay, well, Ketan, let's talk instead of me just telling you lots of good and things. Why don't we just talk? Obviously, it's nice, it's fantastic, it's beautiful. But instead of like just focusing on those things, let's talk a little bit. Tell me, did you actually play this concerto before with the orchestra? Because I think you did.
Yes, I did play with the orchestra like twice.
See, no wonder. I can tell that you did this with the orchestra, although I didn't know about it. But it's clear because you are kind of anticipating what will happen instead of just doing your part. And of course, Beijing, I think you also either you play this many times as a soloist, or you will have really learned your the orchestra part very well as well. Obviously, Mozart orchestra is not so complicated, so it's not like Rachmaninoff or something. But the brilliance of the accompaniment was really there. So in fact, I was listening to two brilliant pianists just now. Yeah, Ketang, don't get it wrong, but I'm listening to two very nice pianists. In terms of what you can improve a little bit, obviously stylistically you are there and all that, but it to me at least, it felt very like you are playing to win, to score, to say, I can do it very well. There was not so much emotional connection with the piece, to me at least. At least maybe it's a recording thing, maybe it's a internet thing. I think if we are in a concert hall and we play this, I will sense all the emotions that you are feeling. Or maybe the camera was a bit too far. I'll give it to you, but it was like, I can do it. You see how I can do it. I really did this Mozart very well. So, in that sense, that was the only area that I would say you can focus a little bit more. But you're still in the starting process, so I guess you have a lot of things to explore and experiences to have. So it was nice. Thank you.
Yeah, we were curious. Where are you?
I'm at Eastman School of Music, the Chiminelli Hall.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I recognized it, but I just couldn't remember. I was like, is it backstage in Kilbourne or? Yeah,
No, it's in the Student Living Center, the Chiminelli Hall.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. It is such a beautiful room, with great pianos.
Yeah. I wonder, Kay, if you have a story in mind with the piece. Do you have anything that you think about?
Yeah, I think this one is a very unusual one in Mozart piano concerto because it's a minor one. And It's very.
我在听。
I call my Siri. I performed with orchestra in 2020. I think that's the first time. And back to that time, I was not mature enough. I think.
Why do you say that?
Because I think just because this one is so unusual and it's kind of a little bit like pre-romantic for me, but back to that time I play it so classical, like so Mozart.
Okay.
Especially the cadenza because it's written by Beethoven. So I guess after 2 years I can like interpret it like in more romantic way or something maybe.
Okay. I would encourage you, along the lines of what Gevorg was saying, to create a storyline in your head. When I've worked with instrumentalists in the past to improve, performance persona on stage, I think having a clear story in your head of who the main character is. Is it a certain, is it the piano? Is it a certain range in the piano that's the main character? Is there a melody line that feels like the home of the piece to you that you want to bring out? So every time you come back to that spot, it feels like settled and home. There's so many ways that you could play with that, that will start to bring out those things in your performance. You'll feel more connected with the orchestra and with the audience that way. I think that could really take this piece to the next level for you because you clearly play it really well. So
actually, because the end of the piece is a major, so I think like it feels to me it's like I go through many like brainstorm and many difficult, but at the end eventually it became good. So I think it's like my journey of like learning piano or something. Maybe.
Sure.
That major section always brightens my day.
Who said that minor is bad?
No, minor is not bad. Minor like represents my I keep feeling my the brainstorm and it's very emotional. Yeah.
好的。
I think. Sorry, can you say that again?
I love the minor part better than the major part actually.
There's something to be said for the work that we put into it, right? I think
Mozart didn't write in minor too much. So I mean,
right.
when you play Mozart in minor, you have to embrace it and just love it for what it is because it's just unique in his writing.
Yes.
That major section always kind of gives me the same feeling you were talking about, where it's just like ooh, new life here to end. And it reminds me. I guess this isn't a very good connection, but like the end of the D minor fantasy, but Mozart didn't write that ending. But I wonder, if Mueller, who was suspected to write that, modeled after the end of this concerto, where they just put in the major section. Who knows? But it's just fun to hear.
Yeah. If I can just say, I think if you going along the lines of what you said, Kay, where you think of those minor phrases as different parts of your journey, if you can be specific with those parts, it's going to come across to the audience. So if you have specific time periods in mind in your life, even if it's just like momentary or something small, it's going to come across to the audience. We're going to feel what you feel. And I think that would take you to the next level, honestly. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. This is spectacular.
Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Thank you. No, everything is good.
Okay. Is Anna in?
Okay, so we have a very interesting question here from one of the observers, from one of our audience members, and I'm going to bring that comment online, and I'm going to ask the judges to please respond. I think that's a really important question for us to respond. So, hi there. These auditions only meant for Western musicians, or is it open to Indian musicians as well?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. And before we start to answer, I'm going to thank Ketong and your accompanist for this wonderful performance. Bravo again. And we're going to say goodbye to Ketong and move on to the next part of our program. Congratulations on your beautiful performance. Okay, who wants to step in and speak for this question first?
I can speak.
Anyone?
Oh.
Okay, well, let's see, Gevorg. You're on.
Well, Ilar, if you are listening, if you are watching this, I would urge not to have any division between what kind of musicians we are. We are all musicians, whether you are Indians, whether you are Icelandic or Argentinian or Australian, or in fact, what is Indian musician? I think if you are referring to an Indian instruments, it's one thing. Indian traditional instruments like sitar or I don't know, raga. For that, at this time, we are not including these instruments simply because there is not enough repertoire written for performing in New York with a chamber orchestra. But that being said, if there is a music for certain instruments, Indian instruments or Chinese instruments or whatever instruments, traditional, can be Middle Eastern, I don't know, Arabic instruments, that are written to play with orchestra, we're more than happy to explore that, and something that we will learn as well. And the second part of that, if you are referring to Indian musician as a nationality or as a ethnic belonging, absolutely there's no restrictions. I think that doesn't even need to be talked about.
Yeah. In fact, I would be excited to hear, some traditional Indian instruments with orchestra. I don't know how you feel. I heard
there is actually. Do you know?
No.
Literally 2 weeks ago there was Anushka Shankar with her sitar in Singapore, and it was a blast. I mean, they were playing. She was playing with the Singapore Symphony Orchestra, and fantastic. Yes, I mean it was one of the highlights of the season, I would say, in Singapore. I guess a lot of people will appreciate that music, and I'm in love with that kind of music as well, with the fusion of traditional instruments with Western orchestras. So yeah, absolutely.
Same. I think really those moments come down to what our orchestras are capable of at the moment, and I think we will be able to support that in the future.
Definitely.
If not, if not soon. Yeah, LR, thank you so much. I hope you submit in the future.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's see. I think we're ready for our next performer. And we'll have Kyle Chaw here. And he is prepared to perform Handel Oboe Concerto No. 3 in G minor. I believe that's going to be just one movement of it. So, Kyle, I can see that you're ready, and we'll bring you on stage in just a short moment. After this really short visual, you'll be the performance stage. It's yours. Take it away. Wonderful. Wonderful. What a great pleasure to hear the exquisite wind concerto. We don't hear enough of it, and thank you for bringing it for us. And now to the judges. Let's see. Maybe Gevorg will start this round. You're muted. Please unmute yourself. Yes. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you so much. As Anna said, oboe is a beautiful instrument that we don't listen too often, unfortunately. Although it's not that rare, but yeah. I remember you. I heard you playing the same concerto during the recording when you sent the application, and I can see some improvement since then. I think maybe a couple of months passed, so I can hear you. You digested the piece in a more better way. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things in Sarabanda, the one that is the third movement, right? Is it Sarabanda? It should be Largo, I think, or Sarabanda. I mean, Yeah, that element of saraband little bit was not so clear. I think that it has something to do with the fluctuation of the tempo, right? And that's why the element of the dancing Baroque saraband was a little bit missing. But you very beautifully did the false cadence, that it's supposed to go into the tonica, but it goes back to. So that was very, very pretty. You almost fooled me. I was thinking it will go to tonica. But what you didn't fool me on is that after all, this is a concerto grosso, isn't it? Is it a concerto grosso or it's just Baroque concerto?
I think it's just a Baroque concerto.
You think, or you know for sure?
It is, yes.
And what concerto grosso means? Concerto grosso has a lot of dialogue between the soloist and concertino, right? I mean, and other instruments of the orchestra. By the way, thanks for your collaborative pianist as well, because she really did everything possible to do it like an orchestra. So to give you the color and everything. So, but I think there was a very distinguished, like this is a solo and this is the piano accompaniment. I would encourage you to think more about piano as an orchestra and have more collaboration feeling towards that. Of course, there is also the factor of this is the internet. It's not a real life thing, and I'll give it to you. But other than that, it was beautiful, it was nice, and it was very Baroque and stylish, which is very important, I'd say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Yes. I guess, well, Johanna will go next. Or I will go next. We go with the flow here. Yeah. Really nice. I really enjoyed listening to you. And I agree with Gevorg. This is so much more digested than your pre-screening audition. It's just nice to hear when our musicians make improvements, and you've clearly lived with this piece for a while and settled into some really beautiful playing with it, and it's very clear that you really enjoy playing it as well. I think Gevorg had summed up most of what I was going to say. It's fun how we kind of think the same things in many ways. But
sorry, but not sorry.
No, don't be sorry at all. No, this is great. But the saraband, I also thought could have been a little bit more settled. Like, I didn't think that it was unsettled like to a horrible level or anything. It was still beautiful playing, but just maybe more on the backside of the beat and a little steadier at times for my taste. It was still very beautiful playing, and hats off to your collaborative pianist too. The two of you are great, and you're so lucky to have a wonderful pianist. I'm gonna pass this over to Johanna.
Wow. I have to say that listening to someone play with such beautiful tone is inspiring. Thank you, Kyle, for sharing your beautiful, it's just so spectacular, your tone. I remember from your pre-screening audition, just like being amazed at how beautiful it is. And it's nice to hear the extension of that. I feel like, going along with what the guys have said, the saraband, have you ever danced a saraband? It helps. It's a very weighted and release kind of dance. So if you think of it like down and up, but I also thought that you could bring more weight to other parts of it. The first movement, for example, I felt like could have more weight to it to bring contrast to the second movement. And then the fourth movement, which is that sort of repeat of, or, a sort of change of the first movement. I think you could bring a lot more contrast there, and it would make it really exciting and spectacular. But yeah, wow, your playing is really technically beautiful, and the dynamics that you used, you and your collaborative pianist, I'm really, really impressed. But yeah, I'd love to hear more contrast and see a little bit of dancing from you there in the saraband.
That's a really lovely comment about dancing the saraband.
Yeah.
It's not all that easy to find an opportunity to learn those old dances. And I want to reiterate that question, Kyle. Have you tried to dance any of those Baroque and Renaissance and those dances?
Not much, no.
Yeah, maybe even watching some YouTube videos online and trying to dance along. I tried it. Those are elaborate dances, and they actually teach you something very special about the pulse and the beat and movement and the speed of the movement between the beats. So it's a very unique and very special. And of course, people who composed music at that time, they knew how to dance it.
Yeah.
So they had that inner feeling. It's almost a little bit like a swing. There's a bit of that feeling of the swing to it. And it does give a very special insight into how the piece is written. And I wanted also to comment on the visual presentation of your performance.
Beautiful.
This is
it's beautiful.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Gorgeous camera work, wonderful setup, and I love that black and white color scheme. I think that's a very important part of our presentation as artists. This is an all-round artistry to have the music being accompanied by your movement, and you move with your instrument so fluently and so naturally, organically. I know it just sounds like, oh, you got a talent in there, but I'm sure you had to work really hard on being so much in sync with the music and the instrument. I want to praise that aspect of your presentation. And can we have please a name of your wonderful collaborative pianist so we can display that?
It's Miss Hyunjin Jo. Hyunjin Jo.
I'm not going to risk spelling it. So when we're done, would you please text it to us so we can add that to the presentation? And I want to thank you, wonderful collaborative pianist. This was a marvelous ensemble. Bravo. Bravo tutti. Okay, thank you very much again. We'll be saying goodbye to Kyle and transitioning to our next performer. And this will be Luisa Maria Cortese, who will be presenting the Bach Violin Concerto No. 1 in A minor. I believe she prepared the entire concerto for this final audition of the colORCHESTRA, and reminding our audience that these final auditions, musicians participate in them and compete for an opportunity to perform live in the concert hall with the Western New York Chamber Orchestra, conducted by Maestro Glen Cortese. And those concerts are scheduled within the regular concert season of the Western New York Chamber Orchestra. It's their Masterworks No. 3, scheduled performances for February 17th and 19th in Buffalo and Fredonia. You can see more information on multiple websites, on the Virtual Concert Hall's website, Sound Espressivo website, colORCHESTRA. Presentations are also on the websites of Brilliant Talent Discovery Awards and Core Production. Please sign up to get notifications from those websites for our upcoming events. The concerts in Fredonia and Buffalo will be also streamed and broadcast, so you don't have to spend an enormous amount of money on the air tickets and hotels to be able to hear those concerts live. And now we'll be inviting on stage our next performer, Luisa Maria Cortese, with Bach Violin Concerto in A minor. After this very short visual, Luisa Maria, you will be on stage, and the virtual stage will be completely yours. Take it away. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you for bringing this entire concerto. And a great collaborative pianist. Again, we would like to know the name of your pianist. If you can please introduce your pianist. Okay. It would be really helpful if someone can type the name so we can put it on the screen for everyone to see. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll be able to bring it on screen once you give us the full spelling. I don't want to risk spelling. So, yeah. Okay. All right. It'll be on screen shortly. Thank you very much for a wonderful collaboration on this concerto. Now, the violin is the queen of the string instruments. Why is that? Everybody notices that it's so capable of connecting with the voice, with the singing expression and technique. Let's give Johanna the first floor commenting.
I was wondering if that's where you were going.
Yeah, right there.
Nice segue. Louisa, beautiful playing. Thank you so much. It's been a long time since I've heard this concerto, so it's really nice to get to, sit in it again. How long have you been working on this? I'm so curious.
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, wow. Bravo.
Bravo. Okay. So most of the things that I have to say are about the details of it, because clearly your tone is beautiful and you have an idea of how you want it to sound. But there's some details I feel like will go better once you have more time with it, of course. For example, the wide leaps in the third movement, I think if you just take a little bit more time with that, I think that will still speak better, and there'll be a clear direction of how you want them to sound musically. But overall, I'm really impressed with your work, and thank you. Thank you so much.
Especially given just such a short time. That takes an enormous general preparation and command of the instrument and the music. Maybe we segue to Gevorg as a string player and a conductor. Please take the floor and give Louisa Marie some comments.
Well, I've been string player a long time ago, not now, but but I say I make other people play rather than play myself. Thank you, Louisa. Thank you very much. Your Bach was stylish. Your Bach was very baroque, and I think one very important thing I noticed that you were not trying to just play Bach. You were trying to create your own interpretation of Bach, and that I think that's one of the aspects, like as a conductor, I always appreciate in a potential soloists. So keep that up. At the same time, I must say you were on the first movement, especially you were playing like you're auditioning to play in an orchestra, not with the orchestra, but in an orchestra. That was my feeling. Like as a conductor, I do hear people auditioning to play to be part of the orchestra, like I don't know, second violin or first violin. And you were like playing like you're doing that. At some point, especially you're in Germany, I know a lot of people are auditioning for different orchestras, and you will be doing this, and this piece will help you a lot. But this time around, you are auditioning to play with orchestra. So I would say you will need a little bit more command as a soloist. Although it's a chamber music, of course, but still a bit more like presence, soloist presence. For the technical parts, I'll give it to you. You really do your technique well. Your baroque sound. When I say baroque, it's not just the notes and it's articulation. It's your the separated your détachés, your bowing, amount of bow you're using, the area of bow you're using. It's obviously I've done a lot of things with your teacher and sent him or her my compliments on that as well. I think these are the general comments. I mean, it's a piece that's been played all over. So many times you hear it, you play it, you conduct it, But what I like about what you did is that you created your own version of it, and for that, you have my compliments.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gevorg. Now let's wrap up and hear some comments from James Welch, pianist and the conductor.
Bravo, Louisa. It's always a pleasure to hear you play. Louisa's another one that came to Carnegie Hall with us back in February, and it was beautiful Bach then, and it's beautiful Bach now. And it's just great to hear you again. But yeah, 3 weeks, that's really a remarkable amount of time.
That struck you, didn't it, James? We'll know what 3 weeks can do.
Exactly, and not to mention putting this together with the ensemble. I could tell you some of the wildest stories of trying to put this piece together with the violinist, and I've played this piece more times than I can count now. Mostly the first movement, but it's just like one wrong note or one hiccup, and both the pianist and the violinist are in a completely different spot of the piece, and I've seen so many things happen. So kudos to you and Annette for keeping this well together. You both work great together, and that's wonderful. I agree with Gevorg, and just how you could take a little bit more command, especially at the beginning. And for my taste, I could have liked to hear the first movement a little bit faster as well. But I mean, you made it work at that tempo, and I liked it. Second movement, I thought could have used a little bit more fill-in. My teacher would always say to me through my studies, if you're playing piano very softly, you still have to find a way to keep it interesting and keep the character going. And I felt like sometimes on like the longer notes that we lost a little bit of the energy, and sometimes not every piano has to be the same level of softness. You can bring it up a little bit, and I think that goes along with what Gevorg was saying about auditioning to play with the orchestra or for the orchestra. There's really some wonderful things that you brought to it, and these are nitpicky things, obviously, but kudos to you for learning this and presenting it so well in just 3 weeks' time. It was really nice to hear you again.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Wonderful. So, Luisa Maria, do you have any questions for the judges or anything you would like to run by while you get this opportunity?
No.
Okay, then congratulations on performing in this finals of the colORCHESTRA auditions. It's a great pleasure to have you with us, and we'll hope to hear again a lot of you and a lot of your wonderful performances in the future. Okay, with this, we'll be moving on to our next. We'll be saying goodbye to Luisa Maria and moving on to present our next performer. And this will be cellist Nahar Elias from Israel, presenting the Saint-Saëns Concerto, Opus 33 for cello. So the stage is all yours. Go ahead and take away. standing ovation from the entire judges panel. Nahar. What a glorious playing. And wonderful collaborative pianist. Can you please introduce your pianist?
Yes, I will. His name is Tal Samnon. No.
Thank you, Tal Samanon, for this wonderful presentation of the orchestral part. I've played this concerto many times, and you really brought out the true orchestral colors in there. They're glorious. And wonderful collaboration. You guys really play in sync and breathe in sync. What a wonderful ensemble here. It would be really helpful for us if you can type the name. I'm not going to have our team risk the spelling the name off of just hearing it. So when you get a chance, if you can please type in the name of the accompanist who would like to bring it, your name to the attention of our audience. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to pass on the baton to our conductor and the cellist, Gevorg Sargsyan. You want to lead the commenting?
Hello. Thank you, Nahar. Thank you so much. Do you hear me?
Yes, everyone can hear you.
Okay,
yeah, we're good.
Can hear. Well, Nahar, quite a nice sentence. I told this before to another person that what I like about this is that there's a lot of people playing the same repertoire, but not everyone has their own version of it. And I think that was one of the main highlights, that it was your own version of Saint-Saëns. You were not copying, Rostropovich or other names. You were playing your own Saint-Saëns. I can tell you play this work quite some time, and you probably even played it with orchestra before, did you?
Yes, I played it twice with an orchestra.
Right, because it was very clear you were anticipating certain things and you were in charge of the music. And of course, for the collaborative pianist, heads on, you knew exactly where is clarinet, where is the strings, and where is the French horn. So yeah. That was very nice and very colorful indeed. Now, if we try to focus on things that you can do better, for example, and all that, right? Honestly, it's an interpretation issue. So I would think what your interpretation is, you probably have a story behind. So I will not question that. But it was not sometimes very clear for me what is it you're saying. The second theme, for example, is it second theme? The mi la sol do fa mi ta ri ra 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 ri.
Yeah.
To me, it was refreshingly fast, but it's fine. I've conducted this, I don't know how many times, and usually it's a little bit boring because everyone is playing it very slow. So what you did was pretty nice. You moved on twice, actually, the same theme. So it was not it was not usual, and it was nice and interesting. Other thing that I noticed is that you are technically sound. There is no question about that. Your technique and everything. Of course, there was on the fast part, there was a couple of things that internet didn't give me exact sound, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that your direction, your articulation, your overall sense of the phrasing, these things were pretty good. And yeah, I quite enjoy your performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bravo, thank you. And thank you for commenting. It's just so apparent that Nahar is an experienced soloist leading the orchestra and being able to anticipate. Johanna, to you for additional comments.
Absolutely. Nahar and Tal, thank you so much. This piece is glorious, and you play it so well together. Tal, you played for the audition videos that Nahar sent in, right?
I assume.
I think so, yeah, probably.
Okay. I just wanted to say the two of you are an incredible collaborative duo. I just think that it's really nice to get to experience that. I don't have the technical knowledge in cello, but there were a couple of things I would love to hear more of from you, if that's okay. I thought that your passion is really clear. Your sense of direction in the phrases and overall piece is really clear. But I thought maybe you could play with some of the lighter moments a little bit more, just to bring more weight to those those really heavy moments, like the big, powerful, passionate moments, if you give more contrast in the play, like in the lighter moments, it's going to bring more weight, even more weight, you know, because it's already so exciting. I think you can take it to the next level that way.
All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nahar, I wonder if you have any questions or if there's anything you would like to maybe bounce off of the judges. Well, we have them right here and, eager and willing to help you with anything you'd like to bounce off of them.
Well, I do have a question. You said about the lighter stuff should be more light or more contrast.
Yeah.
You mean the second movement or everything, just to understand?
Overall, but especially in the second movement, when you had those, the phrases that were like shorter, not quite as long and legato, I felt like you could, I don't know, experiment more. Sometimes when I'm learning a piece, I'll sing it many, many different ways. You know, I'll try, like, what would I do if my character was drunk in this moment? Or what would I do if my character was laughing about what they're saying? Like, I want to hear a little bit of playfulness sometimes. And I think that I honestly think that will make the moments with more weight more powerful. Yeah. But seriously, I forgot to say this. I felt very emotional listening to you play, which is, what we're looking for, right? That's why we make music, to connect with other people. So I wanted to say thank you for that. It's
Thank
really
you so much.
special. Yeah.
Yeah, the connection clearly happened. So you do take your audience on a very emotionally roller coaster ride. And then bravo for that. Bravo tutti to both of you for that. And we have a lot of people watching your performance, and you have quite a support group. Let's show those comments one more time. And we would like to really appreciate the participation of people from different places and from around the world. Thank you for making your presence noticeable and visible to artists, because that's a two-way street, and it's such an important thing for us to feel your presence. In the concert hall, we can feel you guys, shoveling your programs and breathing, but we can't hear your thoughts. Here, if you leave your comments here, then the artists will be able to get that immediate response from our audience. It's really precious. And Nahar, I have one more question completely outside your performance. I see you have a very, very dark colored cello, and I'm wondering who is the maker? It sounds really fabulous in your hands.
Well, the thing is, I just bought a new cello. It's not my forever cello. It's actually 3/4, and it has some parts of a full size, but it's basically a big 3/4. And the cello is dark because it's mixed with so many different parts. It's not my cello I'm going to play on forever. I actually bought a new one, way better. And this one is from Czech Republic. So it's mixed. It's like the Fs are huge and the bridge is like small. It's very weird, but it works well for me for now. Just for now, I'm going to switch. But yeah,
interesting. It totally did not sound like a diminished size cello, like 3/4 cello. Gevorg, did you hear that she was not playing a full size cello?
No, yes, I could say it's not full size, but I thought it's a 7/8, isn't it?
It's a 7/8, exactly. But it's a great one. It's a great one. So I love it.
And for that size, I think that size suits you well for now. You probably still grow a little bit, and I think for that size, this is an amazing cello, because not many 7/8 cellos are around there, and being a good quality.
Yeah. Well, I bought.
But your bow is full size, right? But your bow is full size.
My bow is regular. Actually, I just bought a new cello. It's a Galliano from 1760. It's a full size. It's not this one. It just needs so much restoration, so I cannot play right now, unfortunately. But I can play on full size for sure. I have no problem. Trust me. It's fine.
All right.
Right. Well, congratulations, Galliano. That's one of the best cello makers. That's going to let you explore so many other possibilities of the instrument.
Yeah.
And you already have very high level command of the instrument. I really loved that it was so much in tune. Sorry for being so down to earth about it. But cello is not an easy instrument to play in tune.
That's true.
And it's always
Also
such
violin.
yeah, but especially on the cello. I mean, it's and when it does hit that sweet spot of the intonation, it really carries the color and the quality of your sound and the breadth and width of the sound. So fabulous performance. Thank you so much. If you
Thank
have any
you.
closing comments or any questions, judges, Nahar, please.
Oh, I just felt like I was hearing your voice, Nahar. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much for listening to us, and thank you, Tal.
Thank you so much.
Is he amazing? Thank you so much for listening to us. So,
And congratulations to your fabulous, fabulous teacher.
Yes.
You have wonderful instruction.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. We'll be saying goodbye to Nahar and inviting on stage our next performer. And that'll be Kaylee Suh with the Mendelssohn Violin Concerto in E minor, first movement. And I believe Kelly is from the United States. So thank you very much for being ready. And the stage is all yours. Best of luck. We're eagerly waiting your performance. Thank you very much. And I want to give special kudos to Kaylee for filling up the entire piece with her solo part of it. It's tremendously courageous and not easy to bring the. You made me really imagine the rest of the orchestra performing there with you. Wonderful. Thank you. We'll invite the judges to start giving comments. Johanna, would you like to go first?
Absolutely. Kaylee, thank you so much. Your playing is really beautiful. I always love to hear someone play the violin really well, and you did, so thank you. Your tone is really gorgeous. It was really nice. I was wondering how long you've been working on this piece.
A little over a month.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. It feels a little fresh. It feels a little new. I didn't feel like every part of it was totally in your body. So I'm sure as you continue to work on it, it's going to feel more and more secure, right? There's a little bit of spots here and there where the intonation wasn't like totally perfect. But the thing that really impressed me, and the reason why I asked you this question, is because there were certain moments where you really sparkled, like in the cadenzas and in the faster passages, especially. You clearly have worked those really hard and have an idea specifically of how you want the phrase to go and how you want the audience to perceive those moments. You know, your dynamics were sparkling in those moments. And so I encourage you to bring that same sort of concentration to every part of this piece, because I think it's going to be a really special work for you as you continue to develop those moments. Congratulations.
Yeah. Wonderful. James, would you like to go next?
Sure. Yeah, really nice to hear you. Thanks for bringing this to our table here. And I've said this a few times already, but this is one of my favorite violin pieces. It's probably one of the... it is the one violin piece that I've accompanied the most. And been playing it for like 100 years. So, it's very special to me, and it was nice to hear your rendition of it. I thought, for my taste, I could have... I would have liked to hear some more changes of tone and character between each section. It was just a little too, I guess as Johanna was saying, a little too fresh still. I mean, it's amazing that you've learned this so fast. That's a lot of notes. It's not easy. You've done some great homework on just getting all this prepared and ready for us today. Just now that it's settling in, to think more about your characters and your storyline, and perhaps a touch quicker in general as well. Have you played this with piano yet? No. Okay. Yeah, it's I think once you're able to get with piano or an orchestra and really sense like how it really fits together a lot better in that regard, then a lot of those details will start coming into focus with your practice and then more performances. But thank you for bringing this to the table today. It was some very fine moments, and I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Gevorg, would you like to pitch in?
Am I muted? No, I'm unmuted. Thank you, Kali. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's exactly what Anna said, that it's difficult to play it without, the orchestra and not even piano, and bring the whole experience to it. But honestly, I didn't feel that the orchestra was missing. Orchestra sound was there. I mean, for someone like ourselves, we know the piece fairly well, so we can hear the orchestra, your anticipation of the orchestra sounds, and I mean, you know the piece, I can say. Technically, yes. Technically, I would say you are there. You're getting there. Of course, we all know there are a couple of notes here and there. But that thing aside, I think you can focus more on a storyline and on interpretation per se. I think, look, you're playing the first movement, but you know the concerto is not only first movement, right? So to me, it was like you're playing first movement as a complete piece. But of course, once you learn the remaining movements of the orchestra, of the concerto, you will see that this is just the beginning. In fact, yeah. So there is a second and a third movement that are, you can tell to prepare for that. You'll play the first movement very differently. Believe me. I mean, just some experience from the years. Another thing I want to check with you more. I mean, if you notice, I'm not just commenting. I'm trying to discuss it with you. The first movement is Allegro appassionato, if I'm not wrong. Was it?
Yes.
So it was Allegro, but I'm not sure it was appassionato enough. What do you think? Did you, if you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Definition of appassionato is compassion, right? With passion, with more. Again, it's maybe a definition what is passion, but what was your thing? Was it appassionato for you?
I think that's one of the things I struggle with too. I try to do a lot of it, but then when I'm playing or practicing under my ear, it sounds enough. But then if I record myself and then listen back to it, it's not where I want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of the process of learning things and improving as you go. Most importantly, that you know what is it you're looking for. You have the idea in your head, you have the interpretation in your mind that you want to create. So believe me, you will get there sooner or later. I would say sooner. But
definitely
you
sooner.
will get there. Just before you see, James said he played it 100 years, although he looks a lot younger than that. But he got it, right? So you will
I
get
lied.
it
I'm only 90 years old.
Thank you so much.
No, seriously, that happens quicker.
Yeah.
It just seems like an unsurmountable process here and there, and I have to fix this, and I have to improve that, and maybe enhance this, and enlarge this, that. It just feels overwhelming when you step into that river, but that is not an ocean. You can cross it. And you just do it by taking the strides. Okay, I'm going to address this, like you mentioned. It sounds under my ear more passionate than on the recording. Why? What can I do to change that?
Yeah.
Where can I add maybe an accent, maybe a suspension, maybe a bit more tempo, maybe a different direction, longer direction of the phrasing, or a more shorter and more breath. Just keep trying and keep experimenting with what tools you more naturally for you to engage, to express that. And it's just a journey of experimenting. And I got to share with you, I actually love the process. I think the process gets so engaging of trying different ways of, different tempos, different phrasing, like I said, different articulation, breath here, breath there. The process itself becomes so engaging. Halfway through being done, I stop even caring if it shows. And I think at that point you get liberated from a real that dependency of how your music is effective or not effective, because it becomes yours, it becomes effective to you, and then that communicates to the audience the end result of being convincing. I don't know if I'm making sense to you, but just wanted to share my experience. I'm not a judge here, so scratch what I say. It doesn't relate to the judging and choosing the soloists for the concert. All right. So Kaylee would like to ask any questions while we have the judges here?
I don't have any questions, but I just want to say thank you for the opportunity.
You're very welcome.
Very welcome, and thank you for performing live and on this audition today. Great pleasure to hear you, and we're looking forward to hearing you again.
Thank you.
Okay, with this, we'll be saying goodbye to Kelly and inviting on stage our next performer. And this is Itai Hazan, a clarinetist from Israel. And he's bringing to our finals of this auditions Weber Clarinet Concerto #1 in F minor, and that'll be the first movement. So Itai, we're eagerly waiting your rendition of this wonderful concerto, and best of luck to you. The stage is yours. Bravo! What a wonderful, wonderful performance of that concerto. And I want to also praise the fabulous collaborative pianist who brought up so much dynamic. Bravo, tutti! What a collaboration, and it's so great to hear all these fabulous pianists. You sound like a soloist to me. So can you please, Itai, can you please introduce your pianist?
Hello, pianist is Anat Paul, my mother.
Oh, wow. So it's a family.
Musical family.
Wonderful. And Itai, if you can please put in the chat the name of your mother, your fabulous collaborative pianist. We would like to bring it on the screen for everyone to appreciate her work she's done for you. And I also want to praise the visual and the quality of the transmission you are giving to this performance. It looks gorgeous and very well set stage, and you clearly prepared your tech to the highest level of the demand of the broadcast. We could hear this so clearly and so powerfully. Thank you for preparing that side of your performance. It's very important for modern musicians to be vested into all aspects of our performance. It's learning, it's presenting, it's interpretation, and this technological side of it. Bravo to you for that as well. And now to the judges. I would like to ask Gevorg to start our commenting.
All right. Thank you, Itai. Thanks to you and your collaborative pianist who also happened to be your mom. But I think now I know where is this connection coming from. I remember your initial recording that we have heard, and I think it was in the same venue. I remember you played the same piece and also Poulenc, if I can recall correctly. And I can see that there is some improvement in that, not in Poulenc, but in Weber, obviously. So which is great, which is really good. Look, I have a couple of more questions rather than comments. Comment-wise, it's beautiful. It's a nice clarinet, that aquatic sound that I always like about clarinet, that it sounds very, how do I put it, aquatic, there's a water kind of sound, colors that are coming from it. What I wanted to check with you, like, how did you know that obviously it's F minor and then it goes to modulate to, D flat major, re bemol major, and then come back to F minor. These transitions were not very clear to me, like that you were purposely doing them. They just happen. Okay, I'm playing some notes, and then you will hear F minor, and then you will hear D flat major. So that would probably be a little bit better if you how do I put it? Show that change. Not just play it, but also show that change. And also the more of a questions. Your tenon, your mouthpiece. What is it? Is it good? Is it firm? Is it like there's no air coming through? That it's extra sound. The sound that I heard from the recording, from the live.
I think my mouthpiece is actually pretty old, and I was thinking
about
replacing it. Yeah.
There you go, bingo.
Yeah.
There you go. But it doesn't diminish your performance. I just wanted to check that because I heard the extra air noise, and I was thinking that your tenon is old maybe. Please carry on.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Sure you do.
Yeah, that's a minor thing, but it gives more polish and gloss to the sound if you don't have the
for sure.
A little bit of that. And I know for wind players, the mouthpieces and all that technology is very old. It's very antique.
But it works like a charm. You see, it works like a charm. You don't do it digitally.
Exactly.
You still do it manually, and it's really beautiful. And I think it's good that this tradition continues. I mean, we can't put the entire world digital. Pandemic or not, we still,
So you have to be a craftsman of your instrument partially to be a clarinetist.
In a way.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What about bassoonists?
let's not even go there. Next time when we have a bassoonist on these auditions, they'll let us know what they have to go through to be able to produce the sound. But that really did not diminish your interpretation and your performance, but it'll add the edge and the gloss to the sound, that's for sure. Okay, James, would you like to
Sure.
give comments next?
Yeah, bravo. And I have to say bravo to getting the water out of your key mid-performance. I've only witnessed somebody getting the water out of their key once in the middle of a song where they didn't have to stop. So that's good job doing that. That was impressive.
And not getting distracted from your performance, you know, you can
get
completely off track. Oh, I gotta get this water, and where am I on the piece?
Yeah, I forget what I was playing once with, it was, oh gosh, it was a while ago, but yeah, he had water in his key. I had 4 measures to get him that I played to get him into the next thing, and he just like went, you know, and got it somehow. I don't know how, and everything was fine, and you were able to handle that beautifully as well. Not an easy thing to do, especially without any papers or anything. But I really enjoyed listening to you. And yes, I agree with Gevorg that your playing has come a long way since the preliminary video. It's clear that you've been working really hard and that you really like this piece. And you and your musical family work well together. Yeah, kudos to your mother for playing on the piano, and kudos to you for getting along well with your mother enough to collaborate too.
Well, let me say just kudos to the mother to be able to get along with the young, upcoming, praising great musician with that much talent. I'm sure you have a lot of stubbornness. I'm going to do it my way.
Oh, man. I remember when my mother and father tried to teach me piano, and then I think it was the next day, we're getting you a teacher.
Didn't last very long.
Yeah, it may not have been a day. It might have been like an hour or two. Yeah. I always admire families that can play well together and get along well together. But, you know, there's a whole nother slew of stories that goes into that we can save for another time. But your playing is really nice. I really enjoyed hearing you. For my taste with this concerto, I thought that, like, in the bigger sections, like the more higher climactic moments, could have gone a little bit further for my taste. Are you in a big recital hall?
Yeah, actually, it's a pretty big venue.
Yeah, I think, you know, I mean, just like as you get more experience, just learning how to play more to the room and to even your softest volumes getting to the very back row of the hall, you know, a lot harder, you know, much easier said than done. But I feel like that's just one thing that you could work toward in your performance. I mean, very, very fine moments. Just, I would like more of your presence in general. But this is really great preparation. Thank you for bringing this performance to the table. I enjoyed it. And we still have one more, Johanna.
Yeah, let's hear from Johanna some closing remarks.
I would love.
Thank you so much. Your tone is so beautiful, and I agree with Gevorg and with James that you're really have gone far from the first hearing of this concerto movement. I'm really impressed. Thank you so much, and I just wonder. Like after listening to you play a couple of times, how much you think about the dramatic content of what you're playing?
A lot.
A lot, yeah, I can tell. It's very important to you, right?
Yeah, all the cinematic background to the piece and the dramatic sentences that end up affecting the way I play it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I would encourage you to take that even further, going along with what Jim said, but also in the moments where it's really technical, especially those fast-moving passages. When I'm working on an aria and it has coloratura, a lot of coloratura, I always think of a reason why my character would have those fast moving passages. Are they laughing? Are they screaming? What's happening in that moment? So I encourage you to approach this piece with that same kind of thought process, and not just those spectacularly high, like soft notes that you played that felt so dramatic, but all of the other moments as well can have that same kind of excitement if you think about them in that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for wonderful comments and suggestions, and I can't agree more with Johanna. You live for those favorite moments in the piece. We all have the favorite moments in the piece. However, all the stuff in between the favorite moments can be somebody else's favorite moment in the piece. If you actually deliver what's happening in there, because there's such a range of emotions in each of the piece, and some of those emotions we relate more easily to, and some of them may require a little bit of exploration and putting yourself in the shoes of the character who's experiencing those fast notes. In addition to, of course, proving yourself that I can play them, which is a big task on its own. But what prompted someone to talk real fast? Some people naturally talk fast, but some people don't. But sometimes we speak in a less natural way if there is some emotional reason for that. So try exploring that. It'll give you the reason for the fast notes, the underlying drive and energy for them. Okay, now, Itai, do you have any questions? Is there anything you would like to ask the judges, run by them?
No, not at the moment.
Okay, and I want to praise again you performing in the big concert hall on the tall stage. So beautiful, and the lighting and everything. And thank your parents and your mom for helping you get this all organized and being so well prepared for the live performance on the virtual stage. So, and with that, we will be saying goodbye to Itai and his fabulous collaborative pianist, his mother, and we'll be transitioning and moving on to our next performer, and that is Elizabeth Cohen. She's a opera singer and bringing two arias to us. One from Madama Butterfly by Puccini, and the other one from Il Trovatore by Verdi. And Elizabeth, we can't wait to hear your beautiful voice. Stage is all yours. Bravo. What a voice. What a
wonderful.
command and powerful. Fantastic, wonderful. And bravo to your wonderful collaborative pianist. I believe that's Dan Foster. Can you? Oh, yes. Bravo. Thank you for this wonderful rendition of the orchestra part. One-man orchestra. Okay, now to the judges, and let's ask Johanna to lead the judges' comments.
Well, brava, Elizabeth. This is like, I'm amazed that you started with the Puccini because I would not have. I was like, oh. But really spectacular singing, and I enjoyed your thoughtfulness and your phrasing. I really enjoy your voice. It's really beautiful. I have a couple of suggestions that might help. Yeah, the high notes.
Oh, look at that! Yeah,
spectacular. You're not wrong, Nick. Your tone is really beautiful. You have very even breath, but I think if you just move your don't open up so much so high, like so quickly. I think it's going to make it easier for you to sing those high notes in line. So instead of in the Trovatore, it was really if you can keep those so then when you get to the it's all like still in the same you know more up and down and then your low notes, I was wondering this is just personal preference, but I want to hear a little bit of a more chest sound down there. Maybe your teacher doesn't want that, but like I'd love to hear maybe just like a shift sometimes, just like give it a little Marilyn Horn action on it, like a little brassiness, just sometimes, not all the time, but just for a little contrast, it would be really cool. Maybe not in the Puccini, but definitely in the Trovatore. And my other suggestion would be, sorry, I'm like, your voice is so beautiful. I'm like, in the Butterfly, I don't know if you've ever done any movement work, but after I did some like movement for theater work, it was really easy to get into the Butterfly character. She's just so still. And it's really hard, right? Because it's such a passionate aria, but geisha culture is all about stillness, and you don't show your emotions. It's just like all underlying, right? It's all like bubbling there under the surface until she's like basically screaming at the end, So I would practice moving really slowly. And just keeping your body as still as possible. Not every character needs that, right? But Butterfly does. She is like, she doesn't show anything. It's like all still. So I would give yourself specific movements that you want to do in that aria and practice doing them really specifically. Like, one hand pointing or like, just really, really small stuff. And, feel free to reach out to me if you want to know some specific geisha movements. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, thank you so much. It's a real treat to listen to you.
Wonderful. Let's hear a bit from Gevorg.
Good day. Thank you, Elizabeth. It was very nice. The two arias are quite drastically different, although they're not supposed to be very different, but one is Verismo, one is Verdi, so thank you. It's really beautiful and powerful voice. As someone who worked in opera for quite some time, I can definitely congratulate you on that. Not many people nowadays can play without microphones, so fantastic. If we, right? If we turn conversation into more like what can be done, what can you represent a little bit more in that sense. What Johanna said is very valid in terms of like theatrical movements. I would also imagine this not being just a concert performance, but the normal opera performance where you you also act along with your playing. And that brings me to the next point of the diction, italiano. Se parla italiano? Do you speak Italian?
A little bit, not very well.
Poco un poco. But you understand what you're saying, don't you? Obviously,
Yes.
you know what are you saying. That's very clear. Maybe you can just work a little bit on a pronunciation then, because I mean you don't have to become an Italian person, but certain articulation of the language. The lo senza da risposta. I'm not Italian myself either, but this is a little bit more pronounced, more articulated, more crispy. Although, yeah, things like, I don't know, tutto questo, no, tutto questo, yeah, things like that. And of course, work a little bit on long notes that are phrasing-wise, they are a little bit like, they're not being held up, they're getting this way, that, yeah. I mean, you would probably want to maintain the level of the voice. True, I'm sure you work. I mean, right? We know what we're talking about. Exactly. Then I don't have to continue on that sense. But and it was not all the time. Honestly, I just noticed maybe a couple of times that you had that, and I'm sure you know that, and you'll fix that.
It's
so yeah,
I've
thank you so much. Thanks
lot.
again. See, I didn't know that, but I can tell you are working on that, and you have great potential, to be honest, as well. So
thank you.
Congratulations. Thanks.
Wonderful. James, would you like to add something?
Sure. Yeah. Hello. It's great to hear you again. I remember you from one of our previous competitions, maybe a year ago, and I remember enjoying hearing you perform then, and even more so now live. I mean, this was just glorious.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was great to hear you live, and another hats off to your pianist. So I've played a lot of these pieces. I've played these pieces as well, and when I've coached them with students or just in the theater, I say to mostly student pianists over and over again, it's not enough to learn it. You really have to know how it goes. Like it's that vague sometimes. And Dan, you know how it goes.
Yes,
and you're
bravo
right there with
Dan.
it. And it's really.
He's also an accomplished singer himself. So
it shows.
It shows.
I mean that's really wow. How fortunate for you to have a great pianist that is like that. Knowing more than one instrument helps, especially if you're going to play opera. Knowing how to sing.
Thank you.
That was a big part of my training as an opera coach and conductor too. Every audition they wanted to hear me sing something, sing and play even, and I'm so glad that I had studied a little bit. But it's very apparent. Wonderful. On that note, I agree with my colleagues what they were saying about the Italian and just everything lining up like this. And I actually think if you're able to get more of what Johanna was saying lined up, that the Italian might come out a little bit easier in the way that Gevorg was mentioning. So I think it just all and sometimes all comes from like one central place. So or at least you'll have a little bit more flexibility to craft around it. But the singing itself and the character presentation was just glorious. There's so many great moments that I just really enjoyed, and thank you for bringing that to us today.
So beautiful.
Bravo.
Yeah, bravo, and you really make the most out of the God's given wonderful voice you have. You have a very powerful voice, which is able to fill up the hall and cover the orchestra, and you really deliver it. It takes a lot of work adjusting to be able to control that voice. You have a huge, powerful voice, and thank you for bringing this. Now, Elizabeth, do you have any questions? Anything you would like to ask the judges or run by them?
I'd love to take advantage of your expertise. I have a burning question, actually, about both of these pieces. Tempo markings in Butterfly and in Tachea, one has quarter note 49 and one has quarter note 50. and they're so slow, and they're both younger women. And I'm just curious your opinions on how to actually take them, because when you do that at the metronome marking, it's like a slog through it. So I'd love to know your expertise on that.
It's a wonderful question. Thank you so much for asking us.
That's a great question, and thank you. Yeah. So the butterfly, the tempo marking is really important. Like, you have to follow Puccini's markings like to the letter with that aria, and it's really what makes her character sparkle, because again, it's a slower personality, it's a slower culture. Emotions are not like blah like we do today. So she feels everything. She believes that this man is coming back for her. She's been waiting for 2.5 or 3 years at this point. And so every day it's waiting, and it's seeing in the distance down the hill the little like piece of smoke coming up. And so it's the slow moving through that makes this aria really compelling. It's not like Tacea. Like Tacea, the tempo marking is the important part to come back to, but you can play more with the phrases. I actually was going to say, once Gevorg said that about the Italian, that all this breath stuff that Jim and we've been talking about, the how do I say this in the right way? Let me 1 second. It's all tied in together, right? So getting your voice in the right spot so that you can go up through to the high notes in a smaller space, in a smaller like embouchure, let's say, will help you be able to sing longer phrases, but then also move through the phrases as you want to. And you can play with the tempo more in the Verdi. Like, you can do all of this play that you haven't quite been able to find yet, just because of the breath. So that's my answer. I hope that helps. If you have more questions, let me know.
Anyone else want to add to the question about the tempo marking?
I think Johanna said exactly what I was thinking, but in a much better way than I would have said it.
I don't know about that.
So,
I have a follow-up question, though. Yeah, go ahead, Gevorg, please.
Yeah, no, I will just to add one small thing, especially for the butterfly. I mean, Elizabeth, it will really help if you travel to Japan one day, if you haven't been yet. Go to a city called Kyoto and just chill, just sit outside and just watch people. You won't believe it, but you will sing it differently. You will really, it will change. Not only you, I believe everyone will feel it differently on that spot. So, but in that sense, I would agree with Johanna very much that you need to go with Puccini's marking to the letter. But Puccini himself, he never been to Japan. He has been just fascinated by the culture. Right. So what we can do nowadays, it's not Puccini's time. Now we can travel more freely, more easily. So, I mean, for Puccini to get to Japan, it would have been a little bit more complicated than for us nowadays. We have advantage of exploring these cultures live. And instead of only thinking about what Puccini wanted to do, just add to your own perspective. I don't know, go for a sushi one day before you're going to sing this and experience the whole culture in a different setting before you,
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow. There you go.
That's a good one. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Got to do whatever it takes sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, food is a really powerful cultural messenger.
It is.
That's for sure. And the way people approach preparation of food and the amount of detail and waiting which goes into preparing Japanese authentic food. And like they prepare the ingredients ahead of time, sometimes a week ahead of time. So that's a different stretch of time which goes into even something mundane like a preparation of food compared to, you know, a hamburger or eggnog or something. Those are beaten up in the hurry, right?
Elizabeth, have you sung the duet with Sharpless? Sorry.
No, no, I haven't.
Go check that duet out. I think it'll give you more clarity around the slowness of her character, because while she's listening to him read the letter, she has reactions, but she's like waiting. I just think that might help. Yeah.
Just get in a mind frame.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Elizabeth, for bringing this beautiful voice and this great music and your burning question to the table. And that's really wonderful to have you interact with the judges like that. Yeah. And judges, thank you very much for your commenting and for being so helpful and so interested to give Elizabeth answers she's seeking. And with this, we'll be saying goodbye to Elizabeth and congratulations on a wonderful audition. And we'll be inviting on stage now the violinist Calliope Smith from the United States. And she is presenting Vivaldi, the Winter Concerto for Violin with Orchestra from the Four Seasons. Now, Calliope, the stage is all yours.
Wow. Wonderful. Bravo.
Thank you.
It was so nice to hear you. Can I ask, how long have you been working on this piece?
I think about, I don't know, 6 months, maybe a little
Wow.
less.
Wow. It's wonderful. And it really shows that you have really worked on this for a while and have a lot of, have the whole piece really well thought out and digested. And this is really a lot of work you've invested into this, a lot of practice. And thank you for bringing that to our table. It was just glorious to hear. And it also shows that you really, really love this piece. And
it's one of my favorites.
Wonderful.
Same.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I love all of the four seasons, but I have to say, I think that second movement of this winter is my favorite of all the movements. I don't know. I always picture myself on some back patio having tea and crumpets, and I don't drink tea, but it just seems like the perfect tea and crumpets music. So
it does get often used.
It does, and when I hear this piece, that's what if I like it, that's the image I get, and that's the image I got this time. Really nice. Now, can I ask, where are you?
I'm at my house.
In what city?
In Palo Alto.
Okay. Okay. All right. I thought I remembered West Coast, but yes. Wonderful. Okay. And have you played these with piano before?
Yes. I've also played it with orchestra.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Wow. Yeah. I mean, it shows that you have this all well worked out, and the sounds of New York.
Sorry.
Johanna's in Manhattan right now. So that's the fun of live shows here. But yes, I mean, every phrase had a distinct character, sound, and change. And the only thing that I could possibly pick at with this is just that I would like to hear a wider contrast with the bigger parts. But I mean, really, that was just preference because you just prepared this very well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for bringing this to our table. And I will pass it over to Johanna.
So me and the fire trucks enjoyed your playing very much. I really love how precise you are. It's so impressive to me. I can't imagine being your age and being that good. So I'm very impressed. Is your name Calliope or is it Calliope? Calliope? Okay, good. Just making sure. Calliope, one of the things that I really love about this time period is the restraint, right? Because this piece is very passionate, right? But it's like got a lot of it's like flashes of passion, right? It's not like passionate all the time. So I would love to see, kind of like what Jim said, a little bit more contrast there and a really steady tempo for the most part. Clearly there are spots that can have a little bit of rubato, but a really steady tempo so that when you do have those flashes of moments of like passion, that it's really clear that it comes from this place of restraint. That's pretty much what I have to say about it, because I really think your playing is spectacular, and it's so clear that you love this piece. Like, it is like impressive to me how much in love with it you are. So way to go. Keep working on it. It's awesome.
Wonderful. So with that, we will thank you. And
do you have any questions for us, Calliope?
Oh, of course, yeah.
No. Did you want to say anything?
No, you guys pretty much covered actually all my questions.
Great.
Wonderful.
Great.
Wonderful. That's great. Well, great to hear you again.
Yeah.
And we will sign up. We will sign you off here. So and be in touch.
Thank you.
And we will move on to the final performance of this session. We have Lemuel, all the way from Italy, performing Beethoven's Fourth Piano Concerto. And it's a fun piece to end with here. So we look forward to hearing you perform. Lemuel, welcome to the virtual stage.
Wow, that's a monumental undertaking. I personally consider Beethoven Fourth is the hardest piano piece Beethoven wrote. Even when compared to the late Beethoven sonatas, this is a very hard piece, and it's written in such an unforgiving, rhythmically way. Absolutely unforgiving. Everything is transparent. Lamuel, this was incredible that you were able to bring it without the cushion of the orchestra, or at least a piano accompaniment in there. Wonderful job. So let's have our judges step in and provide the commenting. James, would you like to start?
Yes. Bravissimo. Bellissimo. It was just wonderful. Very enjoyable. And this piece, I have to admit, is a piece that I am very afraid of my entire career and have not enjoyed very much, but your performance of it has turned me around on this piece, and now I'm going to have to work on it because I really enjoyed your performance. It was wonderful. Parla inglese?
A little bit.
Poco?
Okay.
Okay. Have you performed this with orchestra before?
I performed 2 years ago with a chamber orchestra in a competition, but one time.
Wonderful.
Only one time.
Okay. Wonderful. It shows that you really know how it fits well with the orchestra, and everything is worked out down to the last detail. And I was thinking, as I'm listening, he's played this with orchestra before. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, wonderful. There's so many beautiful moments. If I had one piece of critique, it would be in the second movement. And for my taste, as beautiful as it was, I could have used some deeper sonorities with your fingers deeper into the keys and a little bit more connected that way. A nice fuller sound. My Italian's horrible. I was going to try to say it in Italian for you. But it just a rounder connected sound and
più legato.
Yeah, see. So I mean, I have a Google here. Nel secondo movimento vorrei sentire un suono più piano e rotondo. Sono più in profondità nei testi e con la punta della dita appiccicoso. Mi dispiace, mio italiano molto male. My Italian's very bad, but capisco. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, it is a really wonderful performance. I'm just nitpicking because there really isn't much to say about it from my end. I really enjoyed it, and thank you for bringing this.
I simply excuse me for the start. Begin. I had cold hands.
Oh.
I
non problema.
Do all the notes. I don't listen the notes, but I had cold hands.
That has happened to me many times. I completely understand. It was wonderful, and thank you for bringing that to us today. I will pass over to Johanna.
Johanna, yes.
Lemuel, thank you so much. Your playing is really beautiful. I loved your flourishes. When you were playing, there were really specific details, not only in the music itself, but also in the way that you moved, which was just so much fun to watch. Your dynamics and articulation are spectacular. Hai capito?
Sì, sì,
Okay,
sto
okay.
capendo. Sì, sì,
Okay,
sì.
okay. The notes for me, because I see music in pictures, it was like tripping out, like little pictures coming along. It's so beautiful. The thing that I would prefer, and this is just a personal preference. Obviously, I'm not a pianist, so but the thing that I would prefer is a little bit more of the play with the romantic side of it. You know, Beethoven is right on the cusp, right? So you can take more time in some places and play with more weight in some places. And I want to hear a little bit of that because I think that would bring out even more passion in your interpretation. So that's my only request.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So, Limuel, do you have any questions? Anything you would like to ask the judges?
No, no. I'm happy, very happy and grateful to have played this concert for you for this audition, and it was a bit difficult to think the musical ideas without the orchestra.
Yeah.
But
It's
I listened many times this concert before to play tonight, and I hope to play ho fatto sentire aver fatto sentire, essere
sì, cioè,
riuscito.
abbiamo sentire l'orchestra nel tuo suonare. That's wrong. Sorry, that's bad.
We're all trying here different languages.
It's better than I could do right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a tremendous undertaking to perform the piano part of this concerto. It's so intertwined with the orchestral part, more so than any other Beethoven concerto.
Right.
The fifth has more of the substantiated parts where there's, soloist present with more accompanying part of the orchestra, and then the orchestra tutti. And here, those roles are blurred and blended. And that makes it more challenging to be able to bring out the solo part. And I've played that concerto a number of times with the orchestra. And honestly, this is the piece which I think is not just one of the masterpieces in terms of the beauty of it and tremendous compositional accomplishment on Beethoven's part. It's the kind of piece which puts additional pressure on the soloist because it's so thin and so transparent and exposes every single tiniest movement and delivers. Just the texture of it is just so incredibly transparent. I always likened walking on stage and preparing to perform this piece with the orchestra as walking on thin ice. Where you can really perform the most magnificent and detailed and refined lines. You can carve them on thin ice, but you're always risking falling through. And if I were to suggest anything to you, this is an incredible work you've done. Maybe draw your attention a little bit to the underlying graphics and relief, so to speak, of the passage work, because this piece is written in also one of the most uncomfortable tempos for a pianist. It's not fast enough to be robust, and it's not slow enough to be slow piece. So it's in the middle mezzo forte, mezzo tempo area, which is so difficult to handle technically and musically, but at the same time it gives that opportunity to really deliver every passage, to carve every passage like in a very refined line. I always think of it as really thin ice covered with a dust of snow dust, where you can really take a fine pen and really carve every single passage. And some of those passages are so really uncomfortable because they're not conventional. They're not like what we used to in Beethoven. They're all really thought through, and they're very much like melodies, invented melodies, where you just turn up the speed on them. So I always practice it extremely slow and try to really bring out that melodic nature of the passage work of Beethoven. It's a mysterious piece. I don't know how he came up with it, but it's an opportunity to bring out that completely outer world beauty out of it. So
a lot of
just from pianist to pianist.
So a lot of mysterious pieces in the middle period of Beethoven.
Yeah,
it's. I mean, look at 81A, and I mean, that's just kind of like one of those pieces. It's not too hard to learn, but it just kind of blows you out of the water. And oh gosh, there's another one in there. I mean, even the Tempest, which is more around the time that he wrote the Fourth Concerto. Yeah, I mean, that's just really, yeah.
Yeah, that's where Beethoven really dove into his own way of polyphony.
Yeah.
It's very polyphonic. And the Fourth Concerto has all those hidden polyphonic opportunities. You don't have to do them. You can think in more longer lines. But I'm a big fan of seeing that transitional period of Beethoven as his birth as a polyphonist. And then later in his late period, of course, his polyphony blossomed and became totally unplayable.
Well, he was almost totally deaf at that point too. So
yeah,
but yeah. Wonderful.
But thank you very much for bringing this piece. It's not the most played concerto, and your lyricism and your approach to that was really
so beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Bravo, bravo.
Bravissimo.
Yep. Bravo, bravissimo, and we hope to hear a lot more from you in the future. Okay, with this, yep, ciao, ciao. We'll say goodbye to Lemuel. And this brings us to the end of this very, very long second session of colORCHESTRA auditions. And this was a tremendous journey for me to observe and watch wonderful performers. And thank you, judges, for staying with us and for your comments, for your being so open and sharing and generous and helpful. Hope very much the artists who presented today will take away something which will help them with their future preparations and with their future performances. And I'm running out of my voice completely, as you probably have noticed. And now I want to give another shout out to the tremendous and incredible team of producers, AV engineers, and broadcast directors. Bravo, Frane, bravo, Fedor. Thank you so much for being on the back and solving a lot of issues and helping artists to show up on stage in the best possible picture and sound. Technology gives us tremendous opportunities to reach out, but it also puts a lot of pressure on learning curve and learning something which we as musicians probably didn't expect would be ever required of us. We think of ourselves as, okay, I come in there, I play my instrument, and everything else happens around me by itself. Now we're taking charge of our destination, of our ability to connect and present music, and with that comes a lot of learning. And I appreciate very much musicians who took that challenge, prepared their tech, and were really able to collaborate with the production team on this broadcast. And thank you very much everyone who is organizing this event and sponsoring it and extending these opportunities to the next generation of brilliant musicians. And with that, we're going to say goodbye to our audience. Please join us again. We'll be back on the session at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, just in a few hours. We'll take a quick break, and the judges, hope you're ready with your scorecards and with your thoughts and scores, and we'll see you in a little bit. With that, we'll say
Thank
Bye
you.
bye, everyone.